Alright, I think we're live. Hello everybody. Hello, hello, hello. This is Kpac, and as you can see right in front of me, I have a lot of Rangers here that we're going to be painting. I have the Legendary Tommy pack right here, and I also have the Zeo stuff here. Now what I've got here, as part of what I've been watching as far as making miniature stuff better, is what I like to call a handle, basically. And all it is it's an empty spice container. So this will give extra stability as we paint. I also have all my work stuff over here. I have putty, basically, that you just put on and you mount the figure on top. I have all my paints and everything over here. I ran a trial earlier on some homemade washes. They didn't quite work like I wanted to. So that being said, I won't be washing these models today. It'll be next week before I wash them. So what I'll do is I'll just do the base coat for you guys and let you see what we've got. I've got in here a little bit of water, parchment paper, and a paper towel. This is known as a wet palette technique. And all this stuff I've just learned over the past 3 days. And here's the putty I did a test on earlier. As you can see, the the paint looks a lot better, a lot smoother on the putty. Just I have a spot here where I tested the homemade wash and it didn't quite do what I wanted it to. So, and unlike the Rangers, the putty basically I can redo easily with just some gray and black, and no harm, no foul. So I want to give more people time to get in here. I will be listening to royalty-free music. You can find all the artists and the music in a melodic instrumental rock metal playlist put together by what looks like melodic guitar rock metal Guilty Gear Rock You. So I have found that when I have at least a little bit of music, I can concentrate better and do a lot better work. As you guys can see, the Rangers have already been primed and are ready to go. I did the priming yesterday because I didn't want to waste time today priming and then waiting for them to dry just so I can paint for you guys. So I did all the priming yesterday. So I'm going to check a few things and we'll get started painting shortly. Yeah, so that's all I needed to check right there. So I want to talk a minute about the coronavirus. I know that it's really heavy on people's minds right now, and digital media has really brought it to everybody's forefront. And I know we're all kind of sick and tired of hearing about it. I mean, everywhere you turn, it's coronavirus this, coronavirus that, and whatnot. And it is a pandemic and a very, let me get this situated a little better. It is a very dangerous disease, but I'm here to try to offer just a few hours of no talking about that and just seeing some art come to life. Like, all these figures are from Power Rangers Hero the Grid, and I'm gonna hold this up to the camera here. This is the Green Ranger that comes in the Legendary Tommy pack. Okay, they come in as solid colors. The white film you see over all this stuff is basically the primer, and I did the primer because you can't just paint over the models without the primer. But I'm getting off topic. The main reason I'm doing this today is just to give people a little time away from the coronavirus and all the stuff going on with it. Again, it is a very dangerous disease, and I don't want anybody to disregard the severity of it. I want people to stay home, stay safe, but I also know that staying home means you can get bored. I'm here to do this as maybe sort of inspiration for people to, go out, buy some models and stuff like this, the little miniatures. And it doesn't even have to be for a board game. Mine is just from Heroes of the Grid board game, put together by Renegade Games through Kickstarter. So these are the newest sets that just came out, and I've got even more stuff to paint, but I don't have time to do it all for you guys. I just want to do a few of these today and tomorrow before WrestleMania tonight and tomorrow, just so people can get away from all the news and all the gloom and doom that is surrounding us right now. So I want to say a special hello to Stobo and Guardian Force. It's awesome to see you guys here. I appreciate it. Zero Ranger 4 Justice, huh? Well, I plan on doing all the Rangers justice. I'm probably going to start with the Tommy pack first, for one reason. My friends and I, we do play this, and they already have some of their set Rangers, like Gangrene Gengar. He likes to play as Marv, the Hyperforce Red Ranger, or Zack / Adam from the Mighty Morphins, and that's just one example. I've been waiting for Tommy to come in, and I want all the Tommy stuff done before we play next. That way I can do a Master Morpher mode. So we're going to get started. The paints that I use to make all these colors is Vallejo. I think that's how it's pronounced. Vallejo Basic US Colors, and it's really expensive but really good set. This has lasted me since I think September of last year, and I've done a lot of painting, but I'm starting to run low on certain colors, so I may pull in some regular craft paints, and you can do that. You just might have to water it down, and it's best to use distilled water, not tap water. So, who do I want to start with first here? Let's go ahead and start with Turbo Red Tommy. So what you'll see me do every now and then is I'll look over on this computer over here for reference pictures, because I grew up with Rangers enough to kind of know them, but as far as pulling what they look like from memory, I can't. I used to do some, but I can't as much now. So what I want to do is I want to find a good Turbo Red Ranger picture, and when I do that, I'll have the way to paint it. So it's going to take me a minute. And again, I'm doing this just so people can have a little time away from, all this bad stuff going on with the world right now. I also want to throw out there that I believe he said April 7th, Jacksepticeye and several other people from various communities are doing a worldwide charity live stream to help the cause and raise awareness and money for the coronavirus. That being said, I won't be able to do anything. I can't really donate, but this is what I'm doing. This is me. So I found me a decent picture I'm going to use. Let's see, can I blow it up a little bit size-wise? There we go. So when I put these on, they're going to kind of look flat until I get the finish, like the clear coat, to put on it later. But when you do that, it's going to help bring out and make it shine. I've got a medium gloss sort of finisher, and it don't take a lot of paint to do these models, but it does take some. So what you'll want to do, make sure you have one of these nearby for your brushes. I usually always start with the body and the main color. Of course, the main color is red, and as you see, I'm pushing this down onto the putty, onto the lid, and that gives me a good solid base. It ain't going anywhere. In doing that, that gives me a lot more control over what I do. You know, see, this ain't going anywhere. It's stuck pretty good. And this is a new technique I'm trying out. I just learned this the other day. This is the first models I'm trying this on, and I believe that it's going to look a lot better and let me be able to paint with a lot more stability. Ooh, that is wet. So what I usually do when I'm doing my models, especially recently, I'll take a thin brush and do my outlines first next to where the colors might change. So and I might pull up a reference page or the reference picture in a little bit so you guys can see. But the top of his boot, matter of fact, be a good idea if I go ahead and set that up. Bear with me just a minute, guys. I'll get it set up. Let's see, if I can figure out how to crop this, that'd be great. Oop. Lock, 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 lock. I've never tried to crop things live, so it's going to take me a few minutes. Well, you can see this is the reference picture I'm going for. Let me look up how to crop in OBS. I'm still very, very new to doing live stuff, so okay. That was easy. So hold down the Alt key. Ah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Alright, so this is what we're going for. As you can see, I'm starting at the bottom of the legs and I'm going to work my way up. And I wanted to do this so some people can be inspired to do their own minis, and I can give them tips that I just learned the other day from various sources. Gonna go around the blaster holder here. And you see how I'm able to hold this piece with the handle and just roll with it. That's what you kind of want to do. Alright, so I've got the legs outlined, as you can see. Now we can go to town and just get stuff going. So at this point I can actually pull out a slightly bigger brush. And honestly, if you get a slightly bigger brush to do some of this, it's less likely to leave brush strokes. Just kind of brush it in. And I'm by no means a Bob Ross or a professional artist, but I did take art for 4 years in high school, so I enjoy doing art. I enjoy this. This is just a recent discovery of mine, you know. I didn't think I would enjoy miniature or model painting. I thought it was too small and too detailed for me, but it looks like I'm wrong. I very much enjoy this. And if I get quiet, I apologize, because some of this takes concentration. So just like that, you can see the legs are completely done except for the ankles and the boots. So from here, we're going to work on the arms and then the upper body. So judging by the actual picture, most of this is going to be red except for where I outline here. And I outline really to tell myself where colors change, and that's really a good way to go about doing it. And I think most of your professional miniature painters that do it by hand for commission and stuff will do things like this. I'm hoping that I can minimize this and pull up. Oh, that's not good. So I'll actually pull that up as a reference here and there, because I want to be able to keep an eye on the chat and everything too, so I can talk to you guys. Matter of fact, what I could do, I think, is pull this out. Now let's see if I can make this better. Yeah. There we go. That way I can keep an eye on the chat and everything, and also keep my reference picture up and keep the reference picture up for you guys. Go ahead and hit the outline around the belt here while I've got it on its back side facing me. And as I was saying, I think most of your miniature artists do it like this. I don't know. There is no right or wrong technique. Do what works best for you. It's all about what you want to do, how you want your miniatures to look. See, me, I want the Rangers as close as I can get them to how they're supposed to be. Some people, especially from what I've seen in some of the community, they will go a completely different way on like your putties and foot soldiers and stuff. And I've seen some really cool things that people do. And it's kind of like your Warhammer armies. If any of you play Warhammer, you know, it's your army. You can customize it and do it as you see fit, which is the really cool thing about miniature painting and stuff. Uh-oh. I kind of got a little bit of red on that stripe there on the white, but that's okay, because I can go back and fix that later. Might take more than one coat of white, but I can do it. Alright. So for those of you watching, again, I really appreciate it. This is part of what Kpac Studios Gaming is all about. We don't just do video games, we do studio stuff and just various mediums. That's why it's called Kpac Studios Gaming, not just Kpac Gaming. I get people all the time asking, why is it Kpac Studios? And I have to explain it. So as you can see here, your paint is actually drying pretty quickly on the model. It's kind of why I've got the moist palette. That way my paint doesn't get all goopy and stuff on the palette, and it keeps it moist and keeps it to where it can be used more. Because when I use my normal palettes and stuff, I notice a lot of times I have to use a lot more a lot more of my paint because it starts to dry up. This solves that, it seems like. And I'm going to assume that the back of the Turbo Ranger is all red. I'll look in a little bit. According to this, it looks like it goes... This is going to be kind of tough because I've got to make sure I don't cover up where it will be yellow and red and all that stuff. I got to make sure that I make it look right. Because the neck part, as you can see, is white followed by a little bit of yellow and then black, and then it goes red into black again. And I may not can get all of them on the mini. I'll just have to see and use judgment. I've noticed that some of my other miniatures don't always turn out right or looking exact because some details are not printed right. You know, some details are too small to be printed on something like this, and it's fine. Because your skilled painters can fill those in as they need. And I'm by no means perfect at all, as I've stated, but I like to try to be as detailed and close to something like this as I can. Now obviously if I had just like generic sort of things where it doesn't exactly matter what it looks like, I can experiment and play around with, that's different. One of the key things is try not to be too fast or too sloppy putting your paint on like something as detailed as this helmet, because then you might cover up something that would be hard to fix. As you can see, I'm able to brace my hand on my other hand and on the handle to be a lot more steady. And as I've said, this is the first time I've done this, but overall I'm really liking the effect that the handle is giving me, the control. Siren, lunchtime. And you'll find that I'll get various pictures from different angles so I can see exactly how things are supposed to look. I can already tell you guys, this is actually looking really good. Here's a shot of it so far. If it'll focus, that'd be nice. I haven't done the back yet because I want to see if I can find a picture of what the back is supposed to look like. But for the most part, I'm getting like the helmet and all that stuff first. And I don't know if the helmet is supposed to have the earpieces white, silver, or whatever. So that's something I'll have to look up here in a minute as well. But to me, it's very relaxing and very rewarding when you get done with something like this and people just look at that mini and be like, oh man, that looks just like in the show. And it's a rewarding feeling to have your minis look exact. Or as close to exact as you can get it on something like this. And that chalky look that the primer had before, as you can see, it's completely gone now as the paint bonds to it. So I'm going to put that in there. I'm going to take a quick peek. This right here, this is something good to go by sometimes. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this a little bit so you guys can kind of see exactly what I'm going for here. So according to this part right here is sort of silver and black, and the back is just like I thought it would be, fully red except this little black stripe at the top. So we can do that. That's easy. That's the easy part. For something like that, it's easy to take a bigger brush and just kind of go in with it, ham bone through. And if you get a little bit of black on the collar up here, it's fine, or a little bit of red, it's fine, because it doesn't take much for black to cover up a red. As you can see, I'm using like different size brushes for different things. That's, yeah, that actually is the one I wanted. Get under his arm here. Okay, so we're just going to kind of touch up around where it needs to be. Alright, looks like maybe the red is done so far. And I'll have to look up the sword a little bit later, but the red part is done on Turbo Red Tommy. So what I want to go to now is I want to go ahead and hit the white. I'm just about out of actually this brand of white I'm just about out of, but I think I've got enough. I can do some. If not, it'll be fine. I can do something else. So anytime you change from a color to a white, you want to make sure your brush is rinsed off really good. Otherwise you'll have the color mixed in. It's very important. And if it takes more than one white coat, don't worry. Most likely the whole figure we're going to do more than one coat on eventually. If you get like a base coat going real good and it covers good, sometimes you don't even need a second coating. That's also part of why I went ahead and used white primer. Some of my earlier figures I used a gray primer and it worked okay, but as Rangers you want the colors to be vibrant, you want them to pop. And with the gray primer, what I experienced with it is they didn't pop as much as they should have for the Ranger. However, for the putties and most of the bad guys, it worked just fine. Madame Woe, when I painted her, she took more than one coat on the white with the gray primer, and that's fine. I didn't mind that. It did eventually cover up really good. And with this white primer on a white paint, usually you can get by with just one coat. But always keep in mind that some models are going to take more than one coat. Some colors are going to take more than one coat. Yellow is really bad about taking more than one coat to cover and look right. My method that I use for my yellow most of the time is I'll paint a base coat of white first and then I'll pull in the yellow afterwards, and even then sometimes it still takes about 2 coats to do. It's something about the pigmentation of yellow. So just a little tip for all you new painters out there like myself. I'm very relatively new to this. So as you can see, the boots are really starting to pop now. Go ahead, hit the belt. And if you cover up some of the red, don't worry. That's why you have a little left on your palette, so you can go back and fix that if need be. Like right there, I got some on the leg. It's fine, we'll just go back and touch that up in a little bit. Oh, they actually did have the blaster there, the more you know. Get the pouch. Holster, whatever you want to call it. You guys know what I'm talking about. Again, this is a very relaxing hobby to me. Some people might think differently about, oh, that's too tedious, and that's fine. Everybody has their own likes and dislikes. Just because I like painting miniatures doesn't mean you guys have to. So if you look at the belt buckle, you can see it's black and yellow with a white outline. So I'm going to take a chance and go ahead and do the white outline. And go back in and with the other colors in a short bit. So as you can see, it's starting to come along rather nicely. Start working on the gloves. And I have no idea what the sword looks like. I'll have to pull up a picture of that in a little bit too. And it's fine. It's actually very preferable to have reference pictures on something like this. And depending on your skill level on painting and art in general, that determines a lot of how long it'll take you to paint one of these. Like if you notice, I'm going pretty fast, but it's because I've had years of experience painting in general as well. But I also am careful about what I do. And if you can't get certain areas, try different angles. You might have to get like really odd angles at times, but you can get most every surface you need to get to. Even if you have to touch up the red a little bit later, or whatever other color your ranger is, or figure for that matter. Let's get the neck. I have no music at the moment. That's a problem. There. So can everybody hear me all right that's watching? Is the volume good? Does it need to come up? Let me know in the chat. appreciate it, Guardian Force. I'm working really hard to make it look as show accurate as I can. Right here you can see I'm going for the armband. And again, if you get a little bit of white on the color, that's fine. We can go back and fix the color later in details. Right now all you're doing is trying to get the base. Thank you. I'm glad the sound is working for you guys. The music's not too overbearing, is it? I've got it really low on my end, but it might be a little loud for you guys because the mic might be picking it up some. You see on this figure, the armbands kind of jut out a little bit, so what I try to do is try to go ahead and make sure that I get the white in the creases as well. And as I said earlier, I tried some experimental wash and it didn't quite work the way I wanted it to, which is fine because I've got an actual recipe that I saved for wash. Because I'm going to be honest with you guys, I don't want to pay $6 or $7 for a thing of wash that's literally like that big when I can go and make my own for the same amount of money and it lasts much longer. Alright, so we've got the armbands, belt, most of the white all done. So here we have an update. The back. Oh, I'm adjusting myself. Sometimes you gotta stretch when you're confined up like that. Next, we're going to go on to a little bit of black. And from the looks of it, most of the blaster handle is black with a white tip, and then the barrel looks like it's reddish. And that's the beauty of having this wet palette. You know, you can have your paint and it will keep a lot longer than if you had just used, like, say, one of these guys right here, you know. Alright. And obviously, your wet brush technique, you'll want to use that for your base. Dry brushing is like for touching up and effects. And I don't like using this brush. I might find me a different one because it has a strand, like a stray fiber, that kind of messes up the flow. But that's what happens when you use brushes. So as you guys can see, my hands are kind of close. It gives a lot more stability and control. And I can tell you guys, just from doing this the first time here today, I already feel like I've got a lot more control, a lot less mistakes, a lot less gonna have to touch up. And I really can appreciate that. And then it looks like the sole of the boot is black as well. And if you get a little black on the base, don't worry. I usually do the base last. That way it gives you the comfort of knowing that you can cover up any kind of smudges you make on the base itself. Wish I could move that to where you guys can see more, but very limited workspace. And it's important that you don't just do this sort of motion when you don't have to. When you're working details like this, usually if you just drag your brush slowly, it gives a much better line and effect. And there you have it. The lower part is pretty much done. The only thing lacking is the belt and the blaster. For the belt, little spots of black around, I'm guessing it kind of is reminiscent of like headlights for this particular Ranger. And then your blaster, as I said, it looks like it's mostly black with a white tip at the handle. So there's the handle that's black. The camera didn't like to zoom in very much, apparently. Now we're going to go up here to the gloves, repeat the same process we did on the boots. Just drag the brush along the top part where it's supposed to be black. And the great thing about your miniature paints and your especially the Vallejo brand, from what I've seen, is that it's thin enough that you can do this and not lose pigmentation. And it just flows so nicely without having to water it down even further. So the gloves are done. As far as Ranger costumes and stuff goes, this one seems very, very basic. So now the chest piece here. Excuse the burp, I'm drinking Coke. And I'll go ahead and come around from the chest piece, collar. So it should look something like this now. Next we're going to go to the visor. And the reason I do black first on the visor, unless you just really sloppy, you can go back and add the details like the lines for the silver or gray a lot easier later. And if a certain part takes you forever, don't worry about it. The beauty of this whole thing is you don't have to do it in a certain time limit. You want to try to make it look as good as you possibly can, obviously, because you want to take pride in your work. And there's nothing wrong with that. See, even I have gotten much more on one side of the visor black than I need to. And that's fine. You'll be able to fix that later. You gotta find a good, it's about as good as I'm gonna get right there. Okay. And I'll definitely have to go and touch up on red on some spots, and that's fine. That's all part of it. The one thing I'm not crazy about is the emblem on the arm is so tiny on this. You may not can get it exact, but all you can do is try. probably what I'm going to do is let the outline of this dry on the emblem. Then I'll go and fill in like the little yellow details. Then come back over that yellow and put in a little bit of black. That seems like the best option here. So now I gotta try to find what his sword looks like. Alright, so here we go. Here's a good picture. Alright, so it looks like it's going to actually be pretty easy. That is a song that needs to be skipped. Otherwise, I might get in trouble. I know what to do. This next set of music is going to come from Kpac. I'm going to let, he is royalty free, and I use him for quite a bit of music on my own channel. There we go. At least this I know I can't get in trouble for. Yes sir, Stobo. I'm doing a turbo pack. This is, or the Tommy pack. This is Turbo Red Tommy. Turbo Red only came in the Legendary Tommy pack. It's not part of the Zeo. I haven't started any Zeos yet. And I know you're a fan of the turbos, so here's what he's looking like so far. And I wish the camera would focus a little bit more. So we're going to go back to this red and work on the sword. And if either of you know anybody who would like to watch this, by all means, link them here. Let them check it out. So they got the emblem here. When we get to the blade, I'll explain the technique I use, because I used it on the Megazord and it turned out looking absolutely fantastic, especially when I did the clear coating protective to finish it. I love how big this hilt is here because it's so much easier to paint. Alright, so while we're in the red, we're going to go ahead and do some touch up. And again, if you guys want to know whose music this is now, it's a guy known as Kpac. He has also done Markiplier's music at one time. He is best known now, I guess, for Jacksepticeye's outro theme. I Am Everywhere is what it's called. So go show Kpac some love on his channel. It'd be much appreciative. But you better come back to this channel, because I'm not just an advertising place for other channels, you know. But still, he's got some good music. I listen to it and I use it, since he says it's royalty free. So if you need music for your own channel or background music for a video, that's a good guy to get music from. I enjoy his stuff immensely. So as you can see, all I've done is touched up some of the red, made the lines a little crisper. I think it's coming out very well. Okay, so this armband right here, if you look, it's not quite covered as well as one might want. This is where like your second coats come into play. Something like this, it's easy cover up. Same with the gloves. I can still see some of the gray. It still kind of looks grayish, not just pure white. And that's fine for the most part. See, just on the gloves and that armband, that second coat made a big difference. We're going to go back to the red, finish out like the tip of the blaster, and touch up around the pouch here, or gun holster. And I hate the fact that the red is going to end up blending in with the pants, but that's just how the cookie crumbles, I guess. We're going back to the white. We're going to top this off here. I'm not sure what that is entirely. See, even back here on the belt, it needs a little touch up on the white. I guess that, yeah, that's part of the blaster, so that needs to be red. This is why it pays to have a reference picture. Alright, so it looks like it might be dry enough to make some yellow. Now usually I don't use this lemon yellow because it takes so many coats, but The other, I'm afraid, might be too thick. Oh, shit. There's my other dropper. I knew I had one somewhere, I just didn't know where. Moving on. We're going to try this after I shook it up a little. So let's go back to the actual picture here. This is kind of what we're looking at for the yellow. We're going to start with the belt here. To what I like to call headlights on the belt, because they look like headlights to me. I'm going to go for the chest piece here. Yeah, that's not so bad. Then we have the inner collar. Right here. And honestly, that looks like it's all the yellow except for the emblem over here. And on the sword. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to fill in the emblem with the yellow. Like fully fill in, at least right here on the sleeve, and then I'll go back with the black and do the little finer details. Right here on the sword, if we go back to it, we have okay, so what I'm going to do is outline the yellow, and on the outer edges, when I get done with the yellow, I'll go ahead and do the black. And as I've said before, the yellow is an easy cover up compared to some of the other stuff. It's a lot easier to cover up a lighter color with a darker color. But it's not so easy to cover up a darker color with a lighter color. It can be done, just not as easily. So I'm going to let that yellow set. And we're going to go back to black to do the stripe on the sword. And that way the sword handle is pretty much done. I said sword handle, I meant like the guard. So now it's starting to look a lot more like in the show itself. Now let's talk about the blade technique that I use. What I do for the blade usually is I'll take a little bit of silver or a little bit of white and black, make it gray, like a really light shaded gray. Then when that's done, I'll do a dry dashing of the silver metallic on it. So what we're going to do, and this is also another reason why I use the wet palette technique for mixing, making it a little bit easier to mix. That way I'm not wasting as much paint. It's $40 a pop is not easy to spend right now. And I still have white and black to use when I need to. I think that's a pretty good gray. So now you just kind of go along the blade. And again, if you get it on your color, it's fine. This gray is actually lighter pigmentation than some of the other colors, so it's easy to cover up when you need to. And this same gray, my plan is to use it to accent the helmet with. But I may not have enough to do it. I have to just bite the bullet and mix it. Which will be fine, I can do that too. So now we're going to let the sword blade dry. And then when the time is right, we'll go back over it with a dry brush technique of the silver to give it that metallic shine. So for the most part, Turbo Red is almost done. Mix a little more of that gray. A really small fine brush. And we're going to start accenting the gray on the helmet. I will probably end up going back over some of the black, and that's completely fine. As well as some of the red, it looks like. It's not easy to get a lot of these details, I'll tell you that. But when you do, it is so satisfying. song had lyrics. Alright. And as I said before, it is perfectly fine if you accidentally cover up something that needs, if you cover up something by accident, because you can always go back and touch it up. Okay, let that dry. So this is kind of what he's looking like right now. Some of that will be touched up in the end. We're going to go back to these emblems and fill in where the black is supposed to be. Oops. And if it's impossible to get it exactly, don't worry about it. Like me, I'm just kind of doing a few little dots, and really it don't look too bad. Now on the sword, that's going to be a little bit harder to do because it's a little bit bigger area. You can't just fake it on the sword. I just about don't have a fine enough brush in the set that I picked out. But this one's fine enough. Some of the angling is really hard to get on some of these figures. Okay, so there's your sword done, emblem included, the best I could do anyway, and again it won't focus. So at this point the blade is probably fairly dry because it don't take very long for it to dry, this paint anyway. And on one hand that can be good, on the other hand it can be bad, especially if you need to work with it still kind of wet. Right now I've got too many brushes in one glass, so I'm kind of straightening up a little bit. I hope everybody is learning and enjoying this. Stella, I mean, if you want to get back to your YouTube stuff, that's fine. It all depends on you, man. And hi, Rodent. I am having fun, actually. Glad you could join us. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use this brush. It's got a little bit of a flat sort of bristles, and I'm going to do a technique called dry brush, which means I've dried it off, and instead of soaking the brush in a paint, what some people do and what I do is I'll dip the brush in very lightly and wipe off one side. That's what we call dry brushing. And what that's fixing to do for me, at least on this blade, I don't think I can do it as well on the helmet, is it's going to allow me to put this silver on a base coat of gray to give it a metallic sheen. Sort of like so. You just kind of brush it on as even as you can. And with it having a gray base coat, it gives it an even more defined sword look. So now, see that nice shine? That's what you're going for when you want swords. Thank you, Rodent. This is just one of several. As you can see, well, you can't really see because I've got the reference image up for you guys. Let's adjust that a little bit, shall we? What are you doing? Here we go. I did not mean to zoom in on the crotch area. As you can see, Rodent, I've still got several rangers to do here, and then you can't see them past the bowl, but I got more up here to do too. Actually, it'd be around this area. It's not on the screen yet, but I've got all the I've got the Tommy pack going, and I've got the Zeos. So now, since the helmet area is probably pretty dry, we can touch up some on the. We're going to touch up red first. Oops, I forgot a spot. Go with a little bit of black here for the visor. I got it all over the sword, but I can fix that. Just like so. And as I said, I am not a professional at this at all. So, if you guys want to take yours to a professional, that's very, very much okay. Oops, covered up that black photo, but that's okay. I'll go back here in a minute. Oh, well, thank you very much for stopping in, Rodent, and checking in. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Alright, so this Ranger is pretty much done except for a little black spot right here that I'm going to do for the visor that I accidentally covered up. And again, it's not perfect, but everything is pretty much done except for the base. And what I'll do now is take a brush kind of like this, another flat one, and the same thing, just kind of wet brush technique. I'm just going to do the basic red for the base. Of course I covered up some of the black on the shield. I'll have to go back and fix that. We got that nice even coat there. Go back with the smaller flat one. And we're going to grab the edges of the edge. And later on, after everything's good and dry, I will probably go and get the bottom of it. But for now, uh-oh, shit. I'm going to have to fix that boot here in a minute. Ah! I got distracted and dipped my brush in the wrong paint. It's okay, let's do it. Let's see, can't we get that off a little bit? Nope, it's just gonna spread. Okay, well, that's gonna be fun to cover up later. White over red is usually very hard to cover, but that's okay. Mistakes can happen. Happy little accidents, as a artist friend of ours used to say. I'm just going to do that little bit of the sword showing up under the hand in red. Go back with the white here because I'm seeing some spots I missed, which is common. I forgot about the little yellow smudge on the glove. It's very easy to miss some things like that until you actually take a look. Covered that up. And there we go. We have a turbo red Tommy. I saw another little spot that needed touching up. So we have a turbo red Tommy. Alright, oops, shit. Just kind of a little rotation here. You guys see. So let's compare this paint job to what another Red Ranger. We're going to go Z05 Red Tommy. I'm not going to do him until I do the actual Zeo Rangers, but this is what you're starting out with after you got the primer in. You see the part is, the miniature is actually a solid red is what they come in with, and this is my paint job afterwards. This is after I've taken the time to paint. And the cool thing is, most of this miniature is already dry, and with it being on putty, just kind of pop it off, pop the putty off, and the bottom is unharmed. That's the cool thing about having this. So I'm going to find a spot where I can put this for it to dry without damaging anything, namely beside me on this other table. So that's the first one done. I'm going to take a minute to rest my eyes, rest my hands, and all that stuff. And I want you guys that are watching to tell me which Tommy y'all want me to do next. I'll give you about 5-10 minutes to type in and see what Tommy you want done next. We've got Green Ranger, which, to be honest, I'm going to save him for last. He's my favorite of the Tommies. So that leaves Black Brachio Tommy, White Ranger Tommy, and then the Evil Cyborg Tommy. And we're going to get rid of this picture for now. All these. Okay, Stobo says Dino Thunder power up. Alright, so I've got, I think you're the only one still watching, so Dino Thunder it shall be. I'm going to take a little bit less putty because it's kind of hard to get off a few minutes ago. Cool thing about Dino Thunder is it's only really 2 colors and 1 little spot of red from what I've seen. So we're going to go ahead and pull up Brachio Ranger. Or Black Dino Thunder Ranger will probably give me better results. Help if I can spell. There we go. That gets me better results. So, let's go ahead and boot this image up as a reference image to go by. Looks like it's a costume on eBay, but it is detailed enough where you can see everything you need to see. Move these guys out of the way. So the cool thing about this, I've still got plenty of gold and I've got plenty of black. The only problem I can see right now is gold being hard to cover up on the black. But I'm thinking that maybe I'll do a base coat of yellow ochre on the gold parts and then highlight it with the actual gold. Maybe it'll turn out looking really good. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Run a test of that on my work spot here. Just a little test spot. It's kind of why I put this down and to protect my desk. So we're going to let that dry. And then I'm going to film over it with a gold and see what that looks like. So we're going to put the putty there and secure this Tommy in place. Black is going to be really easy to do all over the place. Just put a little bit more black here, that way I know I've got enough. Music has stopped again. Again, if just so nobody can get mad at me and claim copyright, this is royalty-free music put together by Technoax. I've got a rock playlist going on. Alright. Nice little rock blues mix there. That's the brush I was looking for. So like we did last time, we're going to start by outlining. If I'm quieter on this one, it's because I'm concentrating on these little diamond patches here on the outline. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how did you guys like the Turbo Red? Crap. And again, I will be live doing this tomorrow as well at about the same time. Until WrestleMania starts. This WrestleMania is a 2-day event this year due to the outbreak. I need to guesstimate where some of the diamonds is on this part. So you can see I've got the diamonds outlined here already, at least the outer diamonds. Haven't done the inner diamonds yet. I've got an idea for that I'm going to try. Especially if what I'm wanting to do works out good. Oops, almost did something bad. The boots are black as well, except for the gold trim. And the bad thing is, I'll have to do the same thing twice, because I got to do it on the Cyborg Tommy as well, which is not a big deal, but at the same time, it's kind of aggravating. All those diamonds and stuff, but hey, that's what's going to make it look good when it's all said and done. The big difference between Cyborg Tommy and Black Brachio Tommy is Cyborg Tommy's Brachio outfit has spikes on the shoulder pads and the knee pads, and what I'm going to do is when it comes to the bases, I'm going to make Tommy's, of course, black, and then I'm going to make his cybernetic double a gray, because of the fact he is a cyborg. And Cyborg Tommy in the Legendary Rangers pack is the boss that you would have to fight against. Or a boss. He's not the boss. You can... That's the beauty of the expansions for this game. There's so many bosses, especially after what I just got. See, I got all the new stuff, plus the Kickstarter exclusives from the previous run when they were first introducing the game. So that gave me access to Lord Zed, Rita alternate sculpt, a smaller scale Goldar, just a bunch of really neat stuff. It also gave me access to like Scorpina and Pumpkin Rapper, which he's not a boss, but he's a annoyance as far as monsters go, from what I've been seeing and hearing. And the Dino Thunder series, as far as the costumes go, have a lot more detail in how they look. I personally kind of like how the Dino Thunder Rangers looked. A lot of people say they don't like that season, but I thought it was halfway decent what I've seen of it. So there's the legs, the black part anyway. If I do, it's looking really good if I do say so myself. And again, you've got the reference picture up there for you guys. I'm using it as well on my side of things. Around the chest emblem. Go up here, the outlines on the arms. I'm so happy I watched those videos because I've got way more control now over what I do. It feels so much better. I should go back and take a look at the ones I watched and who made them and give a shout out to them. If I don't do it today, I'll probably do it tomorrow. So as you guys can see, the black here is kind of, after it dries, is looking kind of flat. Don't worry, that will change after you put the coats, or after you put on the clear coat finish. The one I use, unless you use a straight matte finish, mine has a medium gloss to it, which will make it look really good. At least it does to me. As you guys can see, I'm kind of jumping around certain areas. Some spots are easier to get than others. Again, big ups to Renegade Games for making this series in board games. It is absolutely fun. And as said in the description, even if people, like my friends, not all of them are Ranger fans, but even those who aren't Ranger fans tried the game and they absolutely loved it. So it's a really nice game to have and try. And the artwork for the cards and everything in it is just absolutely gorgeous. The models they use, or miniatures, are as spot on as it can be on something this small. See, some places on these miniatures you can just get sloppy, put paint on and spread out. Some, not so much. And I like including you guys on some of this stuff because I want to know what you guys want to see. And I haven't decided yet if I'm going to do the giant Goldar live or not, because when I did the Megazord, it took 2.5 days to get that completely done. And that was quite the challenge. So I don't know yet if I'm going to do that live or just on my own. I think that yellow ochre is dry enough for me to run my test here in a minute. So I'm going to take a break on this. As you guys can see, kind of what he's starting to look like. Have that little bit of gold. I believe that's going to work. I think that's going to look really, really good. Give it time to dry and we'll see. Excuse me. So what's going to happen is when I get ready to do the gold accents on here, if this looks as good as I think it's going to, I'm going to coat the gold accents in yellow ochre first, then go back with the gold flake. I believe that will really make it sharp and make it pop. And the yellow ochre will cover up the black if I make mistakes a lot easier than just the metallic gold. It won't be easy to cover up if I make a mistake, but it'll be a lot easier than just trying to cover it with the straight gold. Because the thing I've noticed about metallic paints is they can be very fickle about how they connect and stay in place. Like, they don't bond as well as just straight acrylic. So that's a little something for you guys to remember if you get ready to start delving into metallics. I don't know if it's the metallic flake they put in there that keeps it from bonding as well or what, but to me, I have learned in doing these that it's better to have a base coat of a certain color close to the metallic that you want and then go back with the metallic over it. And I think I'm going to take the approach to the helmet a little bit different this time. Since the visor is accented in gold, I think I'm going to do the gold itself on the visor, then go back with the black. Make sure the arms are covered. I'm going to have to pull up a picture of the Brachio staff here in a few minutes so I know the colors that it is. Looks like the hand itself has sort of a guard over the knuckles, kind of like your MMA gloves do. So make sure I can do that. Also, when I get to doing the Cyber Tommy and the Brachio suit, the visor, it showed just briefly in Ninja Steel to show the glowing red eyes behind the visor. So I'm going to put that in there to further differentiate between the two. So that's going to be cool. I just find this so relaxing and therapeutic. me. More detail work and boxing in and all that stuff. The main thing is take your time with it. Don't get in too big of a rush, and you'll be just fine doing these miniatures. Okay, so minus the visor and the inside of the emblem, the black is done. I'm going to check my little test here. That looks really good, so that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. The yellow ochre and then do the metallic gold flake afterwards. Plus that keeps me from having to do it in white first and then the gold afterwards. And sometimes when I do it that way, the gold is actually too bright. So I think with the yellow ochre, that's going to be the way to go. And it's going to look a lot better. And I just saw a black spot there that needs touching up. Alright. So, again, I'm doing this so people can take their mind off of the coronavirus for a little while and whatnot. Again, Jack and a bunch of others are getting together April 7th to do a charity live stream for awareness and raising money for the coronavirus. I'm going to take a minute to respond to a text or two here. And probably take this time to use the restroom. So that sounds like a good idea, actually. And we're back. Sorry that took a few minutes. As you can hear, we don't have music going again. Now we do. So I'm going to take this opportunity before I continue much further on this to show you guys Turbo Red. Now that he's dry, plus I have to fix some spots on his boots. So here's what he looks like dry without any kind of protective sealer. If it would focus, that'd be nice. Focus for a second. This is what Turbo Red looks like. I'm going to take this opportunity to fix some spots on his boots. They got doused in red. It don't take much to touch something up. And there we go. So that's Turbo Red done, except for the very bottom, which I could actually do real fast. And again, this is the beauty of having the wet palette, because I can come back here and my red is still good to go. So I'm just gonna graze over this with the red. And just like that, the bottom is done. Turbo Red, minus being sealed, is tabletop ready. Now a lot of people would go in and fill in the deep lines with the black and stuff, but I don't have a brush to my knowledge that's thin enough to do that. So I'm going to leave him as is. And then we're going to get back to Black Brachio here. So I was looking at the staff, and I want to see if I can find a better staff. Looks like we got a winner here. Come on, where are you? There you are. That's what I'm looking for. So we're going to, it looks like we're going to have a little silver in this too. So, okay. Let's go ahead and get the black part done first. I'm going to use the longer bristle brush. That way I've got a little more control. And since it's such a small piece, I'm probably just going to do the handle part in straight black, and then go back and fill in the details once the black is dry. I think that'd be the easiest thing to do, because when they printed it, it's not really detailed either, to be honest with you. But that's the price you pay for minis sometimes, you know. You think something can be so detailed, and when you're actually able to do it and stuff, you find that it's too small to pick up some details. So that's kind of what we've got going on with the staff here. Alright, so let him dry there. And what I want to do is I'm going to start with this yellow ochre and get some of these accents done. And it's going to kind of look like, to me, it's going to look like mustard. But once it's done, and we go over it with the gold, it's going to turn out looking quite nice, I feel like. I don't like how this brush is doing that, though. And mind you, we'll go over and fix this stuff in the end as well. Touch up and make it look a little bit sharper edge and better. The best that we can. As I've mentioned before, I am not perfect. Never have been good at painting, but compared to some people think I'm actually really good, so we'll see. I feel like Dino Thunder costumes are a bit more complicated than most other seasons costumes, and that's fine. The more detail, the better, and the more it differentiates, it shows how much the creators cared about the series. Again, I'm starting with yellow ochre. I think that's how it's pronounced. And I'm going to go back over it with the gold because I like how it turned out on my little test spot. And like I mentioned before about your yellow pigments, sometimes it might take more than one coat, oh crap, to cover completely, but I'm hoping that that won't be the case when I start spreading that gold on. I'm hoping that I can fake some like depth without using wash right away, because I don't have any, and differentiating tones. So I'm hoping that kind of fakes it a little bit. Nose itches. So we're going to go back to that. That's the reference. And again, if you mess up a little bit and get some paint on a spot that's not supposed to be, especially if it's a lighter color on black, don't worry. You can go back with the black and fix it. It's a real easy fix. This is kind of what we're looking at so far. It's looking really good. I can't wait to get the gold to go over it. This is what I was talking about. If I got quiet, I'm concentrating. Sometimes it takes concentrating to get to certain spots and to do it right. But along the same lines of these miniatures and figures and stuff, my dad, he used to do model cars and stuff like that. He used to paint them himself and do all that stuff. And that's where I first started learning how to do all these paintings. So that's kind of where I got my start. And I've since evolved. My dad, he's gotten older now where he can't really paint the models and stuff like he used to. So he's gotten to where he'll spray paint the base and then he'll add decals and stuff. But that's all fine. You know, I can understand. But I remember used to, he would paint on all the details himself to the model cars, and they would look so awesome. I loved seeing what he did. And I guess that's one of the things me and my dad actually does have in common, especially when he was about my age doing this. He loved doing the painting and the detail work and really making the model cars and stuff pop. And to this day, me and Dad have a love for the classic muscle cars and things of that nature. Just absolutely love them. And I used to have a small model car collection, but since then it's kind of, they've either gotten broken or I've had to leave them behind at certain places. I had a 57 Chevy one time, sort of a beginner's model. That was my first model I had, and I got it for Christmas. And it was one of those you could put together like with a few little screws and things like that. Just a real beginner model. It was already painted up, and all I had to do was put it together, add the little flame decals to it and stuff, and Dad helped me do that. It was really the first model car that I got for Christmas that he helped me build. Now when I was little, me and my brother, that's why I said we at first, Dad sat down with us and he built a model car. Each one of us had one apiece that he did first models with us. And I don't remember what mine was, but it was a really neat little thing. It happened so long ago, and unfortunately I didn't appreciate it as I should have when he finally gave it to me, and it ended up getting broken or something. I don't exactly remember what happened to it, but yeah. So I kinda, now that I think about it, I regret that happened. But it's one of those things, you know. Anyway, what I'm doing now is I'm accenting the helmet where I outlined it with the black, kind of going in and filling in where it's supposed to be, this osher. And again, this osher is just the base coating. I'm gonna go back with the gold flake on it. I might as well have just done what I was gonna do in the first place. Alright. When that dries, I'll go back with the black. Grab some white, get around the neck area. So far, that's what he's looking like. I'll definitely be going back and touching up on certain ones, certain spots. I'm going to have to. Now I think despite the... Nope, I still got it. It's still working. Okay, so go ahead and make this silver, or the gray. And staff. Alright. Oops, forgot some spots where I need the yellow osher. So the bands on his arms are gold. Makes it a lot easier to blend in and make it work. Again, I'm painting the legendary Tommy Oliver pack right now. This is Black Brachio Tommy. This is from Dino Thunder. He was Dr. O in this series. Paleontologist, I believe. And I think aside from bulk, Tommy has been the one in most Ranger shows and seasons. I'm gonna grab some more of that gray. Get the belt buckle here. This wet palette has made all the difference in the world on not wasting paint. As I said, this set was $40 when I got it, and that's a lot of money to throw towards paints, but it's been worth it. Okay. That's what I thought, but I wanted to make for certain. I don't like that again. I just put that on way too thick. I was able to thin that out some. Alright, so what I want to do here is I'm going to start using some of the gold and going over the ochre spots that I know are dry. Darn it. Okay, so I just dabbed out a little bit of the gold. And you guys are going to get to see what I mean when I ran that test a minute ago and how I'm so happy with the results and how they turned out. Again, I'll be going in and accenting and detailing and stuff. And touching up in spots. Alright, so here's the side without the gold accenting. Then we're going to flip over. And now we have the gold here. So you can't really tell much, but that is flatter and that one's shinier. And it's showing up very, very well on that yellow ochre. So this is what I was talking about. And I'm probably going to do that for all the gold from now on, because it does look so good. That's probably what I'm going to do with Goldar. I wish my brushes were a bit better. I can't get the fine tips and stuff like some other people can. At least not without going back and touching up to make them. So there's the legs minus touching up on the gold. I happen to think it looks really good. I apologize for the dogs. We got people mowing nearby and they're barking at the mower. So this is kind of how he's turning out so far. I really like it. I'm digging it. I'm digging it a lot. Go ahead and doing the gold accenting on the brachial staff the best I can. I'm just going to kind of do dabs. Where it's supposed to be gold. And hope that I can kind of get away with it. I can't get real detailed on the staff, it's so small. But I can get as close as possible on it. Let's see if I can find even a thinner brush that the bristles aren't messed up on. Not this one. I want to try to get that visor fixed permanent. Get it done. Stay good. This brush set, man. There's no fine points. So it makes it really hard. So there's the helmet. It's probably about as detailed as I'm going to be able to get it. I'll touch up the gold a little bit later. And we got the red spot right here. fill in the emblem, kind of. So far, this is kind of what it's looking like. This is very, very tedious and hard to do. Especially when you've got brushes that don't like to cooperate. And that have bristles that are kind of sticking out and keeping you from getting the way it needs to get. But that's what you run into sometimes with these models and miniatures. Starting to get a little hungry, I think. Didn't have a very big breakfast. I wasn't real hungry this morning, but I'm starting to get there now. So I'm looking at the wristband is Morpher. I'm not 100% sure I can detail it out like it's supposed to be, so I'm just going to leave it like it is, because I don't think I have the skill enough to do that, unfortunately. Maybe more time and practice I'll be able to, and I'll revisit it, but for now I'm happy with just getting this basically done. And right now all I'm doing is going back and defining the edges of these diamonds where they don't look as rough. I'm starting to get a stray fiber from this brush and I don't like it. This is the tedious part when it comes to these miniature paintings, getting them just right. To where they look really good. But when you get them done, it is so rewarding. because it's a piece that you can look on, whether it's in game or just going and looking at him, that you know that you did. You could be proud of it. It's something you can take pride in, knowing that you did your miniature to the best of your ability. And that of itself is a very rewarding and gratifying feeling. See, right now I'm going back, getting some of these spots that I got gold where I didn't need to. I want to go back and do the inner diamonds, but I'm afraid that the brush itself is too thick to do it right. But I'm certainly trying. Yeah, I don't like that, so to be honest, I'm probably just gonna leave it like that. We'll go back and fix that gold and just leave it a solid color, and later when I get wash, it'll kind of fill in the indentations. Go back and part of the helmet in some spots. Okay, so that's a black Brachio Ranger, the best I can get him. There's so many small details that it's hard to get 100% right. So like before, on the base, just gonna go and put a solid color in on the base. I told you guys earlier I was going to do it black. And this time I'm not worried if I go over the boots. And just like before, I used the wider flat brush to do the main part of the base. Now I'm using the smaller flat brush to get the edge here. I'm going to let that sit and dry just a couple more minutes. I see a spot that I need to get. think I'm probably going to do White Ranger Tommy next because I need a break from the detail work of the Black Brachio. Because as you guys can see, the Cyber Tommy, well, you can't really see much, but the Cyborg Tommy, is literally the same thing. Coloration is the same. The only difference is the spikes on the pauldrons, the shins, and the red glowing eyes in the visor. It's literally the only difference. And I'm going to make that base gray instead. So can I get this guy off without messing up the paint? Alright. Awesome. I didn't mess up the paint. Okay, grab the putty up, roll it a little bit. Next I'm going to do Mighty Morphin White. Now I know what you guys are thinking, oh, this is going to be a lot easier than Dino Thunder Black because he's already mostly white, and unfortunately that's not true. What you're seeing is the white primer over the original white of the figure itself. I still have to paint the white in. That being said, I think I'm going to get fresh parchment and fresh paint, so I will be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. I'm prepping the wet palette again. And it's very important if you have like a heavy water with a lot of minerals and stuff in it that you don't use that. Try not to use tap water because it doesn't do as well when you're trying to make a wet palette or anything like that. It could really mess up the pigmentation of your paints. So, alright, so that's done. So what we want to start with, and what I'm going to do actually, since I'm so low on the other white, I'm just going to add some craft, like your normal. Ooh. Okay, that's way too much, but sure. And I'm going to add just a drop or two of the distilled water into that paint. Start mixing it up to where maybe it'll flow better and just a little bit runnier. As close to the consistency of the other stuff as I can get. Kind of like that. And that white is going to last a while, so. And again, using the wet palette technique keeps it from drying out too much too soon. Next on the agenda, as you can see, is the Mighty Morphin White, like I said before. I'm gonna need a couple new paper towels. So, once again, I will be right back. And like I said, again, you can use your typical craft sort of paints, but you have to make sure you can thin them down better so they flow a little bit better. So since we're going Mighty Morphin Power Ranger White, let's find us a reference page. I know basically what he looks like, but I want as accurate as I can get. And the best way to do that is to pull from either like action figures or the actual show itself or a really good artist rendition. And really, this is about the best one you can get. So I'm going to use this for a reference for you guys. I can see that just fine on my screen. So this is the one we're doing now. And like before, I'm going to use the yellow ochre and then touch it up with the gold. I think that's going to be the best way to do it. But first, we're going to start with actually black. We're going to go ahead, we're going to take a little bit different approach with this one. We're going to start with the upper torso first. This is going to be a lot easier to get the white and stuff like that. as we go. Bluebell, hush. He ain't bothering you. Hush. You're not the only dog on the street. I swear that dog is so spoiled. Alright, so having a little bit of issues deciding which brush I want to use for this. Alright, so let's go ahead and start jumping into this one. Me personally, I grew up with the Mighty Morphins. These are the ones I know the most, and as I was starting to get older and more seasons came out, it was suddenly not as cool to be a Ranger fan. I had other fandoms that I was starting to become a part of, so I lost track of what teams of Rangers were out there now. And if you asked me to name all the Rangers in the seasons and stuff, I couldn't tell you. But I'm slowly starting to pick back up on the Rangers. And I'm hoping, no bad luck, this one's going to turn out really well, because it was hard to tell where I was priming and where I hadn't. I think though, even if some spots I missed primer wise, once I seal it, I think it'll be alright. Acrylic paint has a hard time bonding to plastic without making it primed and ready first. However, some of my stuff that I've painted wasn't primed, and it still turned out really well, so that's kind of what I'm hoping to do here. This brush is honestly a little bit too big to get to where I need it to be. And I like the White Ranger and all from Mighty Morphins, but I preferred him as the Green Ranger. To me, Green Ranger is, and in canon honestly, is more powerful than the White Ranger. If I remember that right. So, knowing that, at least I think it's canon that the Green Ranger is more powerful. Most people seem to think so, and I'm one of them. And to be honest, he's my favorite because he was the first Ranger that looked different than all the others. And to me, Evil Green Ranger Tommy has a lot more depth as a character. A lot more backstory and needing the redemption, I guess, that comes later. And in Boom Comics, I don't know if this is so much a spoiler or a detail. I really haven't seen Tommy as the White Ranger yet, but in Boom Comics, even though he's good guy green from what I've seen in some of the stuff, he has PTSD from his time serving as Rita's evil Green Ranger. So you see, we got the vest started pretty good. I'm waiting on the visor because I want to get the gold first on the visor and the helmet. It's harder to cover up black with the gold. Band is a lot. I painted that band a lot wider than I wanted it to be, but that's okay. I said it's harder to cover up the black, but I didn't say it was impossible to. And most people, they prefer the White Ranger over the Green Ranger, I've noticed. Me, I guess I'm the oddball. I prefer Green Ranger. And I know you guys have probably seen it in past videos. I have a necklace that's the Green Ranger coin. I do wear it sometimes. I enjoy it. And I have a dear friend of mine who has one too that I used to have. I thought I had lost it, but she told me here a while back that I had left it over at her place once when we were dating, and I wanted it back, but she had the idea of it staying hers, and it's sort of a friendly bond thing, so I agreed, and I found me another one, which I don't mind at all. But she's a very, very dear friend of mine, and I would not change any of our times together for anything. And I don't know how many is watching, but I'm staying live because I know that it'll be uploaded to YouTube later as well. So anybody who didn't get to see it live will get to see it later after it's uploaded. These brushes, I'm about due for new brushes. These tips, they don't tip like they used to. Even doing a certain trick when I clean them and leaving a little bit of soap in the shape of the tip doesn't do what it needs to do. And it makes it so much harder to get these little points and details. It's looking sloppy, and I don't like that. Good thing I can go over stuff and I know how to. So this is the start of the White Ranger. See? think I'm going to go ahead, because the white is going to be the last thing I do. So we're going to go ahead and grab the yellow ochre, start doing the base coat for the gold accents. And since the bottom is still drying, we're going to start at the top. I'm going to start up here at the faceplate. And I believe I had just as much issues with Draken and his faceplate when I painted him here a while back. The fact that I've got to go back and fill in the white stripes and the black stripes and all that stuff. But it's part of it. Tip is just gone on this thing. I don't like it. Hey, I recognize that tune. It's a slowed down version of my ending theme. That's interesting. Anywho, moving on. So the gold ochre is, or the yellow ochre is doing exactly what I want it to do. It's giving a good base for me to put the gold flake on afterwards. And it just looks really good, as we saw on the Black Dino Thunder Ranger. And like all the other models or miniatures I've done so far, I will go back and touch up and all that. So don't you guys worry about that. And I'm almost tempted to leave the white as it is, because it already looks like it's painted white. And really, only I know the truth. So, I don't know. It's something I'm going to ponder while I'm painting this. I mean, to me, it already looks good and white, like it's supposed to. It's the beauty of the primer white on an already white figure. I gotta say, I do like how this is turning out so far. And it's not gonna take much to do White Ranger Tommy. Especially when I get this base ochre yellow done. Again, I'm painting to give you guys inspiration and to take your minds off of the pandemic going on worldwide right now, at least for a few hours and stuff. I will be cutting off 5-ish probably, because I've got to start getting snack foods and everything ready for WrestleMania tonight. So but I will be back tomorrow at about the same startup time as today, and we're just going to paint again, see how far we can get. Some of this stuff is taking quite a while, and like before on the Black Ranger, I'll go back and I'll touch it up and do the detail work and all that stuff as well once all is said and done. This is just the primary coat, and as you can see, it doesn't look bad. It looks very similar to the picture itself. So that's a good thing. And my leggages. So let's go for the bangles now. Well, I'm going to hit this armband up here first. Okay. And the cool thing about yellow ochre, it'll cover black a lot easier than just the gold by itself. And painting like this and having a handle gives you immense control over what you're doing, especially on like miniature and figure painting. Even if you have crappy cheap brushes, you know. So and I just like the fact that I'm able to roll with it as I need to. As used to, I would hold it by the base and it would cramp my hand and my arms up really badly. This way is not so bad. I had a really dark black spot on that belt a second ago, and to be honest, it's not there now. Now notice that the buckle is slightly darker, so we're going to do that by pulling a little bit of the ochre out and mixing a touch of black with it just to darken it just a hair. Darken it too much, actually, I think. Too much water. Well then. Let's bring it over here. Yeah, I'm not able to do it like that. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is just keeping the yellow ochre the same and just making it a solid gold, like I'm doing for all the gold spots. After I get done doing the base coat for the gold, I'll pull up the black brachio, since it'll probably be good and dry, and let you guys see the finished product of Brachio Tommy. This brush is too much. Alright, so we're going to let the undercoat of the gold set for a few minutes, a few seconds. It don't take very long. I heard something outside. I didn't like. Sound like a pop. Gigi's home. Alright, so there's some paper towels on paper towel on this. So here's the black brachio, pretty much done up and dry. You see there's a couple of spots I need to hit. And after that I'm going to hit the bottom of the base. Just kind of slathering the black on the bottom here. And the base is fully done now for black brachio. I'm just going to set it back down here so we can dry the rest of the way. And start getting this gold set up. Get the gold ready. See, putting that gold over that yellow ochre really makes it pop. And this is a new technique I found today, to be honest with you. You guys saw me test it earlier, so. I forgot a spot of yellow. That's alright. I'll get it here in a minute. I just love how this looks. See if I can fake it here. For those just tuning in, I've went over the gold spots with yellow ochre first. That gives an undertone. Now I'm going over that with the gold to give a little shade effect. And it really pops out a lot more as actually gold. So before, the yellow ochre kind of looked dull and dingy. Now you got that gold shine to it, the shimmer, and that's kind of what I was looking for the White Ranger here. The emblem taken care of. So the vest is pretty much done, minus the touching up, and I'd say it looks pretty close to the actual one. So go ahead and finish it up. Onto the gauntlets. Belt. I just thought of how I might have been able to make the belt piece a little bit darker. I'll give a test mix here shortly. Now I'm kind of wanting to finish up the gold and then get to touching up everything. So far, I'm really liking how he's turning out. I think if I mix just a hair of brown in that yellow ochre, it'll give me the desired effect I'm looking for. Yep. I'm going to add a little bit of white to it. I don't like that. Just kind of washed in there. I'll go over it when it's drier. It don't look too awful bad. I'll fix it in a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and start some touching up. An emblem. And as I've stated before, I'm no professional, but I am usually happy with my outcomes. So in the end, that's kind of all that matters, is if you're happy with the way your figure looks. And for the most part, usually I'm very happy with how my figures turn out. There's a few exceptions that I'm not happy with, but I end up redoing them and they end up being just fine. So I encourage you guys that want to take this up, do so. Maybe even practice on like Dollar Tree Army Man or something first off, till you get the hang of things. That's what I should have done. That's what I should have done, but I was impatient and I wanted to get going on my Rangers and stuff, so that's what I did. And I learned as I went. Fortunately, I already had kind of a grasp on how to paint because of my years in art class, but had I not, I very much would have practiced before even starting something like this. Stray fiber on this brush irritates me. Okay. Yeah, that looks a lot better now that it dried. I'm glad. Let's go ahead and start getting the visor. Maybe not that brush. Saba is in the way. tiger stripes up here. I'm going to take a little bit of this black, a little bit of the white. I'm going to get the mouthpiece. Okay, it's not too awful bad at all. Some of the details on some of these Ranger helmets are so difficult to do when you don't have a tiny brush with a fine tip. Fixing that. Okay. Now we're going to take some white paint, and depending on what it looks like when I touch up certain spots will determine if I actually paint it or leave it as is. I'm just going to try this spot right here. Make a little touch-up spot. And we're going to see what that looks like at the end. If it looks and blends in with the way that it already looks, I'm going to leave it as it is. If you can tell a little bit of a difference, then I'll paint the whole body. And some of these spots where the gold got covered up, I'm just gonna dab with yellow ochre. That way it still kind of looks like it's gold without having to put the gold on it. I have to fix the eye of the helmet here, kind of. Okay. It looks like it's going to blend in just fine. So we're going to do touch-ups. One strand. I'm starting to really like how the White Ranger is turning out. I've still got to do Saba, which that's not going to be much of a problem. Yeah, the touch-ups are blending in just fine. Which is quite a relief. I'm glad the touch-ups are blending in on the white. So that's less I've got to paint on this one. I know that kind of sounds a bit lazy, but the way I see it, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay, so let's get a picture of Saba so we know how to paint him up, shall we? This looks like a good picture. Alright. I don't think I'm going to be able to go that detailed. Let's see another one. Well, oh well. So we're going to need the silver, obviously. Alright, so okay. Maybe I'm gonna see if I can fake it and not go for the yellow ochre right away. on Saba at all, if I can keep from it. That saves me a step. Again, I'm probably going to have to fake this because the details are so fine on Saba. It's not easy to do. So Saba has red eyes. May can do this number right here. Here. In here. Looks like the gold spots. I'm just gonna put little dots because there is no real detail. Let me go back to silver. Do a little bit of striping, best I can. hate to say it, but that's probably the best I can do detail-wise on Saba. It's such a small piece, and it's hard to get any kind of hard detail about it. But if you ask me, I'd say as small as it is, it looks hella good. So I believe we now have a finished White Ranger, except I'm going to add that right there, cover that up. And where I touched up earlier seems to have blended in just fine. And I'm thinking maybe there's that same bit of color in here, since I don't have any wash to give that definition. I think that was a good call. So Mighty Morphin White is done. Except I almost forgot about one thing. Touching up a white on his helmet in certain places. Here. Blend that together like so. Touching up the gold. Here. Now we have a finished Mighty Morphin White. I'd say he looks pretty damn good. So altogether, we have 3 of 5, technically 6 Tommy Rangers done. Have Brachio Black, Mighty Morphin White, and Turbo Red. Unfortunately, that's all the time I have, because I have cooking and stuff to do for WrestleMania. So I will see all of you guys tomorrow.